Not a buyout. It's a partnership. They said it. They're glad to be partnered with Codemasters on, they're glad to welcome their new partner of Codemasters into their realm. And I'm very glad that they're doing that. To be completely honest with you, I'm 100% gonna back it.
Complete and a job well done. We got some
But the moment EA steps in and tries to overstep their bounds, EA is gonna have a hell of a rude awakening from not just me, but the whole F1 community entirely. Now, that said, the icon drivers of Schumacher, Senna, Prost, DC, Rosberg, all of them that I will get when the new game launches. That group of drivers that they announced as the 7 icon drivers if you buy the deluxe is perfect. Now my question on them though becomes, they made the claim that you'll be able to select either one of them, an F2 driver or an F1 driver, for your team mode. What I'm wondering though, and what I sort of am wondering, does that mean that in your team mode you're going to be able to pick any of them? So could I do the Schumacher duo, with me using his name as just, to hide my real last name primarily. And if I could do that, that would be cool to do for a team save. However, I don't know if I'll stream the team mode because of my mentality of I must win mentality. I don't know if I'll run the team mode. And of course, everybody's already saying that EA is gonna make that like their FIFA team mode and that stuff, and no, it's not gonna be like that. EA has no control over the development of the 21 game. The partnership came so late in the development, like literally, when someone mentioned that to me, I literally didn't know about that partnership until someone else told me about it. And then I looked at when it was posted about that, and it's just like, it was like literally a couple weeks before the announcement of the game coming out. The release date and everything being set. And it was like, yeah, the 21 game's gonna be fine. The 22 game, I'm gonna be a little bit more, keen to watch.
There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining.
Now, graphic spec wise, this game and that game have the same recommended PC specs. Including hard drive space. You know what that tells me? Means the graphics aren't changing that much. They're gonna look better, as I will tell you. The difference between this game and 19 is actually quite significant. But I just want to say that, again, I pre-ordered the new game. I will have it for the release date of July 13th, and we will be streaming it. Has that changed how I look at what I'm doing next? No. No. That is not affecting anything that I do after I finish this career save.
This lap, please. Box this lap.
I've made it explicitly clear. I am watching EA very carefully. The fact that they are the publisher on the next game makes me very, very touchy. I do not trust EA for the life of them. And, you know, I will trust 100% down the line, right, straight up right here, right now. I'll admit it. I will trust Ubi in a heartbeat. EA's not like that to me. There is a reason. Ubi has never let me down. Even though in the Assassin's Creed franchise had that big bluster, period of time where it seemed like the game wasn't going the way everybody wanted it to go, I've played all of those games
When driving with the pit assist
that
disabled,
were during that
you'll
period
need
of
to be
time.
mindful of your speed when
They
entering
are
the
all
pit lane.
still
If you hit the
fantastically
limit
done.
lines, you'll pick up a penalty. Watch the on-screen prompts that show your target speed and distance to the limiter line.
The session has drawn to a close, so let's review our top three.
Now, the reason why I'm going to the second practice is so we could get some dry practice in. So I can do my race strategy and that stuff for the race. Now, I know that the qualifying pace program I shouldn't actually attempt, or focus too much on because of the rain again. But I'm running this just in case, that rain is not, causing me to have to run inters in quali.
Okay, this is a quali sim. We've estimated the times our closest rivals will be doing, so that's what we need to beat. Okay, test complete, and that was a very good job indeed. We got a lot of valuable information out of that.
The nice thing about a balanced setup, by the way, at this track, is I can make a couple adjustments to the aero, and it won't affect the actual balance of the car. So I can get more speed out of it if I need it.
Box this lap, please. Box this lap.
Now, because I have pre-ordered the game, what that means is that when we start that career mode, I will be basically working with no custom setups, no nothing. I'm going to try to complete the first year without any custom setups at all. But we'll see how that goes when we get to it. We got still several weeks before it comes out, and I'm excited. I'm ready for it. It's like the only game that I've been looking forward to all year long. Truthfully, I know we're only a few months into the year. How could I be looking forward to a game that just was announced? Well, that's how much I love F1. Straight up, that's how much I love F1.
Give us some consistent laps, please. We're looking for good data that we can work into the race strategy.
Woo! I'm nailing that final corner there. Holy shit. The 2 and 4 on the downforce is really helping here.
Great lap. You've nailed what we asked for. Keep it up.
Wow, 1.25% on softs, no less. Yep, ERS off. Yeah, I turned ERS off for this bit and through the whole basically middle sector. And the reason why I do that is because the ERS system I use is more of a counter to DRS. it occurs to me that I've ran this game for so long that it is going to be so hard for me to go back to, you know, to a car that doesn't have the same ERS setup as what my career mode save has, but you know what? So be it. We've ran successfully 10 years, 10 championships in my career mode, and I'm planning right now, at least as of right now, 90% difficulty for my F2 title. Because 80 wasn't enough. Clearly, when I ran it, it wasn't. Like, I still was pulling like a god. Oh wow, that corner is coming to me so easily. So is this one. I'm actually kind of amazed because it doesn't normally come that naturally to me. I've ran the track so many times, but like naturally I normally screw that corner up a lot.
Great lap. You've nailed what we asked for. Keep it up.
But it appears as though I'm saying about a second ahead of the time, which is good. For me at least, because that means that I'm doing well enough that, but I'm not doing so well that I'm just gonna, you know, immediately pull away in the race. And that's what I want. I want a consistent, you know, pace, but I don't want to be, you know, unlike the previous race where I was, you know, massively ahead. That's more because I think what I'm gonna do in the next game for Singapore is I'm gonna run short Singapore. What I mean by that is that I'm gonna do all my normal stuff, but I'm gonna do quick racing for it.
Okay, super job so far. We're getting great data. Stay focused.
Now, what it will be interesting is that they're implementing a new thing called quick practice for the new game. And I don't know what that's going to be or how that's going to work, but I'm probably not going to use it anyway. I may use it in my free time. Because again, I do play the game outside of streaming. I just don't play it on this PC. Everything that you see on this PC is done on, I've shown off in some way. Over the weekend when I played, I showed on my Discord, there's a shit ton of screenshots, and on my YouTube channel, there is a highlight reel of my F2 Canadian race that I ran, sprint race that I ran, and yeah, that was a good race. And believe it or not, I don't actually mind running F2. Now, one of my things that they're saying, at least, and this is the first time they're saying it on the Steam page for the game, they're saying that you'll be able to choose your F2, start of F2, whether it be 2021 or the 2020 roster. But typically they said the 21 roster will come in a update after release. But in this one, they're saying you're going to have the choice right off the start. Which means that either A, Codemasters has been busting their ass to make sure that's possible. Or B, you know, they had already planned that ahead of time. Oh, hell no, Norris. I'll beat Norris this time later. Now, for the medium run, I'm actually just going to run straight pace. No ERS, none of that. Because I want to see what I'm doing pace-wise.
Great lap.
1.1
You know what we asked for. Keep it up.
seconds faster that lap. Schumacher. I love running. By the way, there is a reason why I use his name. It's not because, you know, of this or that or this or that. It's just because it's the name that, you know, when I look at it, it just rolls off the tongue so nicely that it's just like perfect. Now, before you add, does this mean that when I do the 21 game, does that mean I'm going to be running for Mercedes? That I'm not going to admit defeat there, but I will say yes. But doesn't mean I'm gonna immediately go and jump right into R&D immediately and, you know, demolish everybody like I did with this game. No. No, no, no. I know I'm better, and I also know that if, you know, the performance board gets it away where I literally cannot perform at the top level that I like, I'll just cut difficulty and make sure that I do what I want.
Super job so far. We're
So,
getting great data.
at the end of the
Stay
day,
focused.
I've found a way to have fun with the game, regardless of what my difficulty is. And that's the biggest key. The next series that I'm doing with the intention of having fun. That's why I'm doing 90% for the F2 stuff, because I figured, you know what? We'll have some fun, we'll race hard, we'll do what we can, and we'll have some fun with it. If that means we lose a race here or there, so be it. So be it. Let's have some fun, though. You know? So, tune in if you're interested in seeing my F2 run. That will be held next week, and we'll go for the next 2 weeks or so. Now, that will be full schedule, by the way, of F2. That will be the full schedule. And the plan is 2 100% distance races. Now, my hope is to win the first one and qualify on pole. Those are my 2 hopes.
Great, lad. You've nailed what we asked for. Keep it up.
Now, let me explain something. That's my hope for the first race. It's the second race that I have the hope that, you know, we'll do well and we'll try to win it, but, you know, I'm not gonna over push for it, because otherwise if I do push for that and I win that much every single race, say I take the fastest lap, take all that stuff, just between the fastest laps alone, including the qualifying lap, that's 8 points. Then you add the 2 race winnings on top of that. Yeah, I run away with the championship quite quickly in F2 if I don't do it a specific way. Now that said, if I win the first race and lose the second one, I still run away with the championship as long as I take fastest lap and everything else. Not the point. Not the point. Trust me. It's not the point. You know, Mick is an F2 champion, and he deserved every bit of that. And I mean, again, he did it without actually qualifying on pole. Most of the time, he did not qualify well, but he drove the hell out of the car.
Great data. Stay focused.
Like his, you know, like his dad did. His dad was like that. He didn't. Schumacher qualified on pole a lot, yes. But Schumacher also knew how to race his car. Very much like Lewis knows how to race the current gen car. One of the reasons why Verstappen is struggling to beat Lewis and struggling with tire wear and everything else is because Lewis has more experience in the car. He knows how not to abuse the tire. I'm talking, you know, I've ran 10 seasons, okay? In a game that is, in my opinion, the most accurate simulation of an F1 car game ever. However, I will say I played in an idealistic F1 world, and what I mean by that is that, you know, I have traction control, I have anti-lock brakes, I have, you know, all that stuff. I have a brake assistance. So, again, that does weigh into the simulation factors and, you know, takes away some of those aspects. However, that may be true.
Okay.
But it's not the full truth. There's still a lot of things I could get this car to do. And a lot of those are not the greatest.
Our best lap so far is a 1:31.1.
game. Fucking bullshitting it. Fuck you. Right. Okay. Okay. You wanna fucking be that way, alright.
And with all the
Because
cars
it,
now
clearly,
over the line,
yeah,
let's see our
yeah,
first
right.
Albon.
Bullshit on Albon there. Absolute bullshit. There's no way they're a second faster. No way in hell. That's nice fucking cheats there.
The fans really seem to enjoy that. Made it look easy. There's quite a buzz around it. How does a car handle in the wet? Do you have any worries going into the race and qualifying? Great. Well, that's everything.
We're qualifying at 70, so I get pole. We're racing at least 80. Now we will get free tire choice for the race. Because of the intermediate qualifying.
With qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves of our top three.
I was only a
Schumacher,
second
Albon, and George
faster
Russell. Well, that wraps up qualifying.
in that run. That's not confidence boosting at all.
Well done. Very solid result.
Welcome along then to Sochi and the Russian Grand Prix, one of 8 cities in the world to play host to both the Olympics and a Formula One race. It's a Grand Prix that's proven difficult to crack for anyone beyond the first 2 rows of the grid in recent years, so let's see if that can change today. Built on the shores of the Black Sea, the Sochi Autodrome is a 3.6-mile tour around some of the venues built for the 2014 Winter Olympic Games. Close barriers may make overtakes more challenging, but with 56% of the lap taken absolutely flat out, we certainly won't be wanting for pure speed. A fitting arena then to do battle at the pinnacle of motorsport. Anthony Davidson is alongside me as usual for the race today. Let's talk about Schumacher. What a season they've had. A well-deserved championship victory and the pressure now surely off with the title already in the bag.
It really is well deserved. I wouldn't say it's been a faultless title challenge, but certainly one that has been consistent and well managed. Here's hoping they let off a bit of steam today and give us an exciting race.
It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Schumacher lines up on pole position and Alexander Albon lines up alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Sainz,
Albon's on mediums.
Stroll, and Vettel, Norris, Fiat, Verstappen, and Kevin Magnussen.
Ooh, that changes
Kyoto,
strats.
Lewis Hamilton and Matsushita, Latifi, Joe, Nick De Vries, and Roman Grosjean, Schumacher, and Callum Island. Now, it's almost time for lights out, so let's go down to the track.
Oh no, he did put softs on. Okay. He was on mediums in the other shot.
Right, let's get the car up to temperature on this lap. We're learning the gears, so go through them all if you can. Radar is clear. Weather is looking good for now.
9:14, 9:15. Yeah, we'll say 9:15 race start.
Keep pushing. Let's capitalize on that first lap. Just keep focused. Keep focused on the road in front of me and don't worry about the guy behind me right now. Great work. That's a new fastest lap of the race. of spare energy, use your overtake button. We're not going to be able to run in this engine mode much longer. We're about a lap over target. Drop down to mix 2 soon.
Get off my ass, Russell. I love it though. There's half a second between me and Russell. There's half a second between him and Albon. And then it's 4 seconds back to Stroll. Something doesn't add up there. Clearly, something doesn't add up. Now, granted, as you can see, I'm not panicking. If you've been noticing, I'm not panicking. I'm just running consistent. I'm doing what I need to do. And it's working. It's frightening having somebody all over me every step of the way. But would you rather see me pull away by 20 seconds, or would you rather see me struggle to, you know, pull away? I think you'd rather see me struggle, so... Though I do think it's bullshit how much he's closing on me into that corner there. Thank you very much for the follow, dude. It's very, this, raid. Jesus. Thanks, man. It really does help. Having to battle Russell right now, though. So, it is definitely very much appreciated. Russell, man. Like, he is all over me. But I'm holding him off. He's definitely keeping me on my toes, though. And it's... You know, it's one of those things where I'm enjoying this right now. And this is what I know you guys want to see. You want to see me have to battle and fight up at the front. Even if it is with a Renault. You rather have me, you know, battling and, you know, basically having to focus very, very intently on my gap. And now I need to dial my engine back before I burn too much fuel. But, yeah. No. That's rubber banding AI for you. Just saying. I just want to point that out because there's no way he's braking in time for that quarter with his latest where he's braking. There's no way. Just keep the balance. I do apologize if I don't speak much. When I'm having to deal with what's going on behind me, I literally go silent to focus to get my line right. So oh yeah. Yeah, right. Oh, he should have slammed right into me. There's no way in hell. Do you see how much he fucking gained on me there? There's no way you're saying that he's coming in basically twice my speed and is hitting the same quarter. No way. Like, you saw that gap go from a half a second gap to 2/10 in a split second. Like, there's no reacting to that. Granted, he's not making a move on me. He just purely because he doesn't have time. But like, seriously, that's frightening watching that in the mirror. %80 difficulty, by the way. Just so you know. This is 80%. I'm kind of glad I went with it over going any higher than it. Oh, yeah. No. No, that's... You know what? I'm gonna let it slide because I'm still... the biggest thing is that I am still gaining on him enough per lap to prevent him being able to make a move there, which is my main goal. Because that's the only spot of the track I'm really concerned about him making a move. Everywhere else I could pretty much cover off pretty neat and cleanly. Like, and while yes, we're battling up here and we're a little over 4 seconds ahead of everybody else. We're finding our groove and finding, you know, I'm finding my rhythm. And that's what's key right now. Is just finding that rhythm and getting in that rhythm. And once I'm there, you ain't touching me. And trust me, I'm not there yet. We're only 11 laps in. Try again in another, like, 9 laps or so. Like, then you'll see, you know. When pit starts start coming, that's when you'll see me finally kind of relax a little bit. Bro. I swear, if he takes off the rear end of my car by the end of this race, I will be so pissed. Though I'm kind of hoping that he does get close enough to me one of these times so he slams the rear end of my car and breaks his front wing. Which is why, if you've noticed, I've not changed my line. He's not trying to make a move on me either. Which is allowing me, you know, to stay out in front. And I am still pulling away to an extent inserted bits of the circuit. Ooh, I got a really good run out of that corner.
We advise moving to mix 2, fuel to mix 2.
Shush, crew. Shush you. I know what I'm doing and I know how to run this. 10 seasons, man. 10 full seasons. 10th race around this track in this career save. I know this track. Oh, God. Gotta stop making mistakes like that, though. Though again, still not really pulling away. I mean, my wing angles are set at 3 and 5 degrees. 3 on the front, 5 on the rear. It would be risky to cut the front down to 2, just because it is such a difference in wing angle. But if I have to do it to get more straight line speed, I may do it. Because it seems like that's where I'm losing out right now, in a way. Because corner speed, I'm good. for the most part. I realize that the game is early braking for that corner that he's flying up on me on, but if I go any faster through there, I will tell you, I will fly off track. Like, it's not... 19 had a more lenient brake assist throughout my first couple of years, or the first year that I ran it, because I typically used to only run the first season of my career mode. This is the first one I've actually am going to complete. And in 19, it would literally throw me off around this corner every time because it would brake so late. Let me just focus on what I need to do. I'm pushing hard, I'm doing what I need to, but it is definitely a struggle. Anyway. Let's focus here. I lost a lot of time there.
use your overtake button more, it's time to utilize some of this energy. We're approaching the pit window. You'll be on the softs.
I told you one of these times I was just gonna let him hit me. That's exactly what he did there. And look what happened. Yep, and he's got a damaged front wing now, because, guess what? I'm now officially out of DRS range. Meaning, for the first time, I can actually breathe. There goes Albon around him. I knew that was going to happen. But that's okay. I'll do the same thing with Albon too. Not afraid to. However, I don't think it will be necessary. Because I think Albon's actually I think Albon's actually slower. Yeah, he is. Holy shit, he's slower. Yes, boy, let's go. Let's go. Now we can kind of relax. However, I have no plans to pit this lap anyway, so don't matter. I don't plan on pitting this lap. Are you kidding me? Like, we're only at, yeah, I could go another 10 laps on these tires easily if I wanted to.
Schumacher is coming in for his stop.
What if I was saying right now that I'm so much slower that Stroll is actually closing on me? I love that. Because I find it really hard to believe.
Let's use overtake and burn some of this energy.
Keep running into me, Albon. I will break his front wing if I have to. I mean, at this point, my inevitable goal is actually to pit once.
Confirmed, we'll receive you at the end of this lap.
Nope. Driver behind.
Albon is behind you. The gap is less than a second. They're on old softs. Their tyres are 23 laps old. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1 minute 35.6.
We're going mediums, done. If Albon's got one more stop, that means he's going on mediums. Which means I'm looking at lap 30-ish or more. So I'm going to have to really fight Albon here. Told you, Albon. You're not beating me today. Fuck. Anybody think I could actually make it to lap 42? Oh, it's gonna be tight as hell on these tires. To go that far?
Yellow flag. Be aware, there's an incident in the next part of the track. No overtaking through the yellow flags. Green flag. Green flag. We're racing again. We pretty much burned off our excess fuel. We'll be back on target soon. Don't wait too long to turn the engine down. Exit. Exit now. Look after these tires now. We want to finish the race on this compound.
3.5 seconds. Right. Game. You're saying that I have no speed. At all. Right.
Our gap to the car in front is 3.4 seconds.
Look, I understand Albon behind me.
We've
That-
got a lot of spare energy. Use
I
your
get.
overtake button. Verstappen is ahead of you. The gap to the car ahead is 4.2 seconds. They're on fresh softs. Their tyres are 7 laps old. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1:34.0.
So they're still saying that Verstappen is 6/10 faster than me. Right. Okay. And you may be saying, why are you panicking? You got plenty of time and you're on the tire to the end and you got the car that will be behind you. Yeah, the problem is right now that gap is now 12 seconds to second place. It's not the gap that's directly in front of me I'm worried about. It's the gap to the first car that I'm worried about.
Gap to car in front is 4.3 seconds.
And I love the fact that Albon's tires are not dropping off at all, by the way. His tires are a lap older than mine. Just saying. There should be a small, and I do mean a small, pace difference. It's up to,
Sainz has the lead.
yeah, it's currently 8. I told you they were gonna slam into me eventually. And he just did. That was not just a small touch. He literally slammed into me. Yep, broken wing. Goodbye, Albon. I told you that was gonna fucking happen. I said it multiple times.
is 4.3 seconds. Verstappen ahead. Our gap to the car in front is 4.8 seconds. They're on old softs. Their tyres are 10 laps old. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1 minute 34.3. You're falling back by 1/10 a lap.
Really? Really? How?
We're not going to be able to run in this engine mode much longer. We're about a lap over target.
And how am I losing 3/10 in that corner? I'm calling bullshit on signs. I'm calling bullshit on all three of them, actually. Because there's no fucking way. Nope. Fuck you. I'll restart this. I'm winning this race. I don't give a shit anymore. That's bullshit. They're fucking rubber banding to a level that I can't even compete with. No. You could say all you want. Oh, you could be patient and you'll get to them. No, I won't. They're pulling a second on me in the freaking every lap, even on old tires. More worn tires, 3 times more worn tires than what I have, and they're pulling 132s. No, I'm not catching that.
It's time.
There's no way in hell.
Okay, how was the pull away? You'll have a bit more grip than that on the start, but we need to warm the tyres properly now. Make sure you get some heat into the brakes as well.
So it's just after 10 o'clock. We'll be done by 11:30 or 11:40-ish. We'll still have time to get my other race in. Don't worry. Like I said, all I is, and that's the main reason why I restarted. I looked at the time, I saw it was just after 10 o'clock, I said, you know what, fuck it, we'll restart it, and run this race the way I know I can win, and I don't really care what everybody else thinks. because here's the thing. Everybody will say, oh, just run the game on easy difficulty then if you're gonna freaking be so picky about winning. No. I'm not like that. I want a challenge, but I want a realistic challenge, not a fucking bullshit rubber band challenge.
Okay, that's a good start. Keep it up.
Much better. Much, much better. Actually, way better, because I'm actually pulling away on the freaking straight here. That's more like it. That's more like my pace. That's much better.
That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up.
Much better. Instead of losing time, I'm actually gaining time. Everywhere. Well, not everywhere. I am losing time significantly in areas, but like, that's the thing. Like, the fact I know I'm losing time in specific areas allows me to use that as an advantage to control the gap. The amount that I was gaining versus the amount I was losing at 80% difficulty was such a drastic amount, I couldn't use it to my advantage. Here, I could say, oh, about there, off with the RS, and I'll have enough pace now to do what I need to do. The plan will still be a one-stop strategy. We'll aim for lap 30. Okay? And we'll go from there.
Use your overtake button more. It's time to utilize some of this energy.
But now that I've had a chance to calm down and refocus on what I need to do, we should have no problem getting this race done in quick fashion. Now, before you ask, could I make the two-stop work, though? Possibly. And the other reason why I needed to cut difficulty is the amount of times that Albon was hitting me in that one corner, or bound to hit me in that one corner, was just going to absolutely ruin any chance of me doing well in this race. So, to mitigate, and the reason is because eventually he would hit me hard enough and it would break the rear end of the car. Trust me. I have damage turned on for a reason. Now, the thing is that I don't really know the difference between full and, you know, all the different options for the damage. I would assume that full would mean that you would actually, if you hit the walls at all, it would break your axles. I would assume. Where on reduced, it doesn't do that as much. And that's just so it accommodates for every player of the game. Back in the earlier games, if you touched a wall with damage turned on, you would break the front axles in a heartbeat. That they took out, they stopped that in actually 19. It actually stopped being that severe. 20's actually gotten better because the one wall where I would do it constantly in 19 at Australia does not do it. So Now, if you've noticed, I've not been pushing really hard with the RS right now. That's because I know that I have an advantage, a much more significant advantage than the rest of the field, but I'm not taking full advantage of that, you know, advantage to allow the race to stay relatively close together. I've done this before. I know how to use, you know, well, yes, I like to win. And I will adjust difficulty accordingly to make sure I do that. I also don't like lapping the field. So, in order to mitigate the second part of that, I have to do things a little bit differently to accommodate for that. And the biggest key factor you have to remember is I know where I'm gaining right now, which is not here apparently. And I'm just having to find my rhythm. Again, I restarted for the sake of, one, so I don't wreck everybody else behind me in the process every, you know, few laps once I would retain the lead in the previous event. Because I would have found a way to retain the lead there.
Okay, the gap behind is 1.9 seconds.
Recapture the lead there. However, with the way Albon was being all over me and the slam that he did to me just before his pit stop, said no, we're not doing that. It's fine if they're within that gap and I'm able to hold them off without having to wreck them. But them slamming directly into me because they break a hell of a lot later and about 4 times harder to the point where they should actually be sliding into the corner. Just saying, the game does not do anti-locks on the AI at all. Like, I had an anti-lock, or I had freaking a lockup when I was doing a Monza race over the weekend. Which, again, those highlights are on my YouTube channel, linked below my stream here. That is up on my YouTube channel. I did upload that. That race, I think I uploaded that. I have the highlights of it saved, so I could show you them after the race, or after my second race today.
We advise moving to mix 2, fuel to mix 2.
And here, I'll even go this route with DRS. And do it this way. Okay? So we'll stick with it here. We'll stick with it through the whole first sector. And majority of the second sector. And, you know, then you'll understand why I said I'm not too concerned about my gap right now. I have it controlled. Although I disagree with losing 7/10 in one sector when I hit every corner perfectly there, but whatever. But again, that's how you know I have control of it, because that is literally the one lever of control I do have. Now, I will tell you, the plan for the 21 game is as follows: a full F1 career mode, but I will explore the team mode first. What I mean by that is that to get used to the game, because I know there will be new things and new things that I'll have to learn. Trust me, there will be. We will be running a first season in the team mode. What that means is that I will be running that at between 50, actually it'll be about 30 to about
Let's use
a
overtake and burn some of
60%.
this energy.
The reason for that is because I will be guaranteeing a win out of that series. I will want the championship the first year of my team save regardless. Here's the big key. Cloud saving will be enabled. I will do my best to have both of those saves be able to be cloud saved to both of my PCs. On my other PC, I will be starting a secondary team mode save that'll run at a lot easier difficulty that I won't show. And the reason for that is so that way I could show off the mode that I've refused to show off on stream at all. However, I do and I could show it off. Granted, the season will already be slightly started, and I will have to adjust difficulty accordingly to fit my needs. Understand that I'm a person who likes winning, and this is a game where I could actually control that. However, I want to state something. Because we are hitting the wrap-up point of this season next week. Next week, Tuesday, specifically Tuesday, will not be this game. The 25th will be nothing but the new Breakpoint update. Because there is a lot to go over. And I do mean a lot. I mean, one of my requests, bizarrely enough, the community wanted it too. I wasn't just the only one that said, man, I wish I could control the number of AI teammates I had. Because I would have loved to just have one with me. Just to back me up. You know, to cover my ass. Basically be my, you know, healer, per se. And they listened, because that's going to be a thing. There's a lot of things that they are doing in the next update that I'm very happy about. And like I said, I will discuss more of those when that update comes out on the 25th. That said, when the next game comes out, you will see that when it gets ready for preload, you will see me stop this series completely. I will not touch this game when the preload becomes available for the 21 game. When the preload becomes available for the 21 game, the 21 game will be installed, this one will be removed. I will not be covering any more F1 on stream until the 13th at that point. So if that means that the week of the 13th, that Monday, the week of the 13th, or whenever the 13th is, July 13th, is a Tuesday. So if that means that on the 6th, they release the preload, the game will stop being played a week in advance. The reason why I will be doing that is not only because of hard drive space on this PC specifically, but because at that point we will have a 1 week reprieve to prep for the new game. I am very much looking forward to the new game. I've put nearly 1,000 hours into this game. Let me repeat that. I've put almost 1,000 hours into a racing game. I've never done that before. Combined between all of the racing games I own is over 2,000 hours total. If you combine my, the Test Drive Unlimited, the Crew 2, Forza Horizon 3, and Forza Horizon 4, all of those games, if you include all of them, it's about 2,000 hours total. Actually, it's about 1,500 hours total. Actually, no, I think it's... Yeah, because it's 900 between Test Drive and the Crew 2. Or the Crew 1, rather. Then it's 300 for the Crew 2, roughly. 400 in Forza Horizon 3, I believe. 3 or 4 in that one. Like I said, it's a lot of hours between the games, but in a single one, I've not put, and specifically a track racer, I've never put this much time into it. Never. So, that is the plan for the 21 game. Because I'm assuming they're going to allow preload the week before. So that way, that Tuesday, we'll be able to have it ready and everything else. But they may do it the weekend before. And even if they do, I'm probably going to stick with July 6th will be the last stream of this game. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to end this game the week before the new game. That's going to be hard on me because it's going to be hard for me to find things that I want to play to fill that gap stream-wise. However, it'll be worth it. Trust me. Because then we'll move over to the 21 game. We'll have my same Merc, just painted a slightly different way. Or my team save, depending on... My biggest issue with the team save is I kind of want an option, and maybe they'll do it, but I kind of almost want an option that will, like, kind of jumpstart you. So, like, so you're not like starting right at the bottom. Like I want an option where you know your team will start like say midfield, a midfield running team, right off the rip. That's what I would like. But I mean, let's be fair. If I get to pick like Senna or Prost or hell even Jensen Button as my teammate for that save, we will almost guarantee win the championship the first year we're founded. Both championships. Now, the one thing I'm curious though is will that mean that it's possible for in your team, say, for Michael Schumacher to actually be on one of the active race teams? Because I think that would be really cool. Like Lewis and Schumacher on the same team again? Because that did happen briefly. Lewis and Schumacher were on the Mercedes team at the same time briefly. It was just before Rosberg actually joined Merck. Lewis did run with Schumacher, so it's not a joke when I say, you know, that would be kind of cool. I mean, think about this. I mean, that whole thing, that whole 7 icon driver thing, that's pretty cool anyway, because think about it. Senna
We're approaching the pit window.
was killed.
You'll be on the
Prost
softs.
was an absolute icon. Senna and Prost had, you know, battles galore.
Russell is behind you. The gap behind us is 3.0 seconds. They're on old softs. Their tyres are 17 laps old. We think they've got 2 stops remaining. The time last lap was a 1:35.5.
I do that occasionally just because occasionally what happens is the game glitches out and I don't know if they actually, you know, have maybe a different strategy for me to follow. However, I could stick with the 2-stop.
Luca is in the pits. Luca in the pits.
Though I think I'm gonna have to at this point.
use your overtake button more, it's time to utilize some of this energy. Box. We're coming in this lap.
Yeah, I don't think I have a choice, do I? Everybody else behind me pitted,
We're
so
leading our teammate by 35.8 seconds.
it wouldn't really make sense for me to stay out. For longer. So I am gonna stay out for at least one more lap. So that way I run my in-lap enriched fuel.
The car behind has come in. They're now on the soft tire. Softs on the car behind. The gap to the car behind is 25.3 seconds.
I know, game, chill.
Release. Okay, you only have to stop once now. One stop left.
My tires are 2 laps newer. Now 2, that's the upside. Driver behind. Driver behind.
Russell behind. Less than a second separate you. They're on fresh softs. Their tyres are 1 lap old. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1 minute 34.5.
But like I said, I'm already planning my 21 career and that stuff, so I'm already planning how that's gonna go and everything else. As for the story thing, I don't know how they're doing that yet. They've not really shown much on it to really explicitly, like, give anything. You know, they gave the first trailer, which, you know, told us that that was going to be a thing, but they've not really given us anything in, like, a gameplay-wise type thing or any of that yet, so I let it be known that that thing may be something that I do off-stream, if it's in a separate mode or something. If it's, you know, just a thing that's going to be a part of your career mode, that's a different thing entirely. Which, based on what I was seeing, it sounds like you get sabotaged. And if that's the case, I wouldn't mind that. Because that's something that does actually, believe it or not, happen in F1. It does happen from time to time. I mean, come on, the Alfa Romeo distinctly having a flat tire? Nobody thinks that's suspicious? Like, it just completely lost tire pressure. But there's no punctures anywhere, no holes anywhere. Something doesn't seem right. But see, the one thing the game still doesn't do, and I really hate it, in a way. Where's the team orders? You know? Like, perfect example, when Mercedes told Bottas to not hold Lewis up, though he did, because Bottas said, no, I'm gonna race him and he's gonna get around me legitly. And I was completely okay with that. Just realized that it could have almost cost him the win, too. And that did bug me. But I understood why Bottas did what he did. 100%. Now, if you want me to pick a favorite to win this weekend, if you want me to pick a favorite to win Monaco, I'm going to go with Lewis. Experience over aggression. I believe that Max Verstappen overdrives his car far, far too much. Not saying that Verstappen can't be capable to beat Lewis. If his team doesn't deliberately screw him over. Which they did. At Spain, I do believe that they deliberately screwed Verstappen over.
Let's use overtake and burn some of this energy.
Now, before you ask, do I mind Russell being all over me right now? No. Does it bug me how close she's closing in on me at points? Yes. Though, will this affect how I race the next race? Yes. Because when you have battles like I'm currently having here with Russell, the amount of focus I'm having to spend, not only on hitting my spots, as a pitcher would say, always hit your spot, you know, and everything else. Here it's about hitting my apex just the right way every lap. Oh, and that's my fault. So we rewind it, do it again, and actually this time did it actually a hell of a lot better because I benefited the shit out of it. And now, I will start trying to get away from him in those sectors instead of trying to cause him to hit me. Because I'm sick and tired of that already. Like, no thank you. Get off my rear wing.
You're pulling out a second a lap on the car behind.
Good to know. He has started to drop off pretty severely, though. Since he hit me. As he should, because he did wing damage to his car, so... I know he did. There's no way that he hits me that hard and didn't damage his wing in some way. Like, the fact that his hit was enough to push me into that corner. While still under braking, said it all. Because I did feel my tail slide a little bit into that corner when he hit me.
Fuel target is +1. Faster engine modes are available. We've got a lot of spare energy. Use your overtake button. A new strategy is available on the MFD. Okay, copy that.
33 laps in. Six seconds ahead and pulling by a lot. .404. So let's see.
Okay, you're creating some breathing space between you and the car behind by a few seconds per lap.
Uh-huh. Albon should get around him this lap, though. .1. .12. .13. 13.
Gap to teammate behind is 18.7 seconds.
Teammate status.
We're leading our teammate by 18.7 seconds. They're on old softs. They're in 11th. The time last lap was a 1:34.0.
Alrighty. So let's continue on here. 9 seconds out in front. That's primarily because Russell took wing damage on a collision between me and him. And the reason why he took damage is because, again, the closing rate between me and him was so significant that when he hit his brakes and I hit mine, we were at two completely different braking points. Mine being the correct one, the AI being the incorrect one, and the AI, you know, slammed into me. Completely not my fault. My braking point is actually the correct one purely because I actually can make it through the corner. The AI is making it through the corner because the AI has anti-lock brakes, which means basically they don't slide. Which is bullshit, in my opinion, but also because it's slightly rubber banding. But outside of that, the race has been pretty smooth sailing. Albon is still able to catch me in spots. And yeah. And before you ask, no, this is not the first attempt at this race. This is the second attempt. First attempt, I was having issues even getting to what I have right now. Like, not even kidding you. And there's no reason for it. So I restarted the entire race. So yes, this is a second attempt at a slightly easier difficulty, but still, in a way, struggling for the pace that I need. Though I am sort of surprised that they're expecting me to pit so much later than everybody else. Like, they think that I have that much of an advantage. And, I mean, that's a given that I have an advantage, but I didn't think I would have, you know, that big of an advantage.
The car behind has boxed for the mediums. Car behind on the medium tire.
But being that it is a 37-second gap, I can run a few laps. Still before pitting without, you know, sacrificing the victory here. And every lap that I can run further on my softs is better for me because it means the newer my mediums will be versus theirs. So right now it's just basically bring the car home in one piece, really. And that's the easiest thing to do.
Gap to teammate behind is 45.1 seconds.
Now, I'm sure I could probably let the guys catch me a little bit, but why when I can benefit even more from that gap right now? However, I will dial my engine back.
Battery charge is high. Let's use that overtake button more.
And I'll start setting up for my pit stop. So that means, you know, actually prepping.
We're approaching the pit window. You'll be on the mediums.
Mm-hmm. I know. I know, game.
We're at +1 lap of extra fuel. Fuel target +1. In this lap, push now.
Sure thing, game.
Repeat, go now. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops.
And this way, the way you're seeing me currently use ERS is actually the way I want to be using it for the remainder of this race anyway.
We're leading our teammate by 24.4 seconds.
Teammate status.
Gap to teammate behind is 24.4 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. They're in 10th. The time last lap was a 1 minute 34.4. Our gap behind is 12.8 seconds. is dropping back by about 0.3 a lap. Use your overtake button more, it's time to utilize some of this energy.
We got this. Just gotta keep holding strong.
There's 5 laps of fuel remaining.
I have no idea where I got all that pace from. Good job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far.
going to be able to run in this engine mode much longer. We're about a lap over target. Drop down to mix 2 soon. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining.
I'll turn it back up to that in a second.
The car behind is dropping back by about 0.3 a lap.
Because I want to be as close as possible to being basically out of fuel, but at the same time I don't want to be too close that it knocks me into low fuel mode, because that can be disastrous if I'm not too careful about it.
There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining. This is your final lap of the race.
I don't care, I'm just gonna run it.
Absolutely awesome. Just amazing. Well done.
That's a spectacular victory then, and with it, the championship is secure. It's been a magnificent season, and they thoroughly deserve the cheers of the crowd here today. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
Well, this was a real team victory. They put together a solid strategy today that appeared well suited to the conditions out on track. The driver did everything that was expected of them in the moment to really execute the team's plan to perfection, a shining example of how F1 really is a team sport.
After an excellent performance at the Grand Prix, I'm sure there'll be plenty of celebrations tonight amongst the Mercedes team, and they certainly deserve it.
No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't fucking deserve
Let's
shit.
focus on the driver of the day. Anthony Davidson, who do you pick?
I have to say Sebastian Vettel certainly caught my eye during today's race. Incredible driving.
Let's move on to the constructors. Mercedes continue to extend their lead.
No, we
There's also
don't.
a strong showing from the McLaren team
No, we
today
don't.
as they make their way up
No,
the
we
standings.
fucking don't.
And with that, we wrap up another week.
Vettel
of
and
motorsport.
Albon are second
With
and
more
third.
races lined up, be sure to join us where
I got
we come
26
back
points
with
total.
more Formula One.
18 and 16, that's over 30 points. I didn't gain. I lost ground there. Like, the fuck, game? Such a lie there. Well, whatever. It says I gained, okay, sure. Well, let's be fair. I did technically gain, but that gain was just purely because of the fact that, you know, the number of races is coming down. That's the only reason why I gained. Like, that's it. So we'll skip the invitational event. Yep, skip in advance. October 24th, man. And the 17th. Jeez. I'm not even there's not gonna be really a point to get those bits, really. $60% for practice, so I can do my race strategy and that stuff. 70 for the race, maybe 75 for the race. But I'm doing race strategy basically both times, and then qualifying pace, and then we're done. Like, yeah, I'm not wasting time here. No, oh, fuck. That's annoying. That just made the race way more annoying. Fuck.
Okay, we'll alter the setup of the car. Okay, Okay, we need a few solid laps here to help us calculate a good race strategy.
Well, with the rain factor in the race, realistically, I don't actually need to run both compounds for the race strategy. But I'm going to anyway. But more than likely, I'm going to run the race in standard fuel pretty much the entire way. I mean, yeah, the data is going to be a little bit skewed in this program, but like fuel-wise, that's the main thing that I'm looking at right now is fuel-wise. By doing this program, what it allows me to know is basically what it expects my fuel burn rate to be. That's why I'm going to run these laps, 5 consistent laps with the same idea every lap. Okay, the wheel just really did something weird. Like, I literally, it almost like, basically, for a second there, it made the car feel like it just jumped out of the air. Like, that did not feel pleasant because it jolted the wheel both directions at the same time. That was not fun.
Okay, super job so far. We're getting great data. Stay focused.
The upside, of course, being, though, is that we shouldn't have to worry too much about our pace, because if I run at 70%, I know I'm going to pull away. 75, I'm going to pull away. 80, I may even be pulling away too much. But I'm doing qualifying at 60, for sure.
Great lap. You've nailed what we asked for. Keep it up.
Now, I will state I am going to kind of ride around the track for these last 2 laps, just so it gives data on these last 2 of my fuel, and basically what I'm looking at is on this lap, how much fuel did I actually use without ERS at all.
Okay, super job so far.
1.6
We're getting great data. Stay focused.
kilograms of fuel without ERS. We'll do a quick qualifying run.
Don't worry about tyres, just give it everything. In this test, we want to make sure we can lap close to our rival's pace.
That section went really well.
Okay, test complete, and that was a very good job indeed. We got a lot of valuable information out of that.
I was just curious how much of a difference that made with me not screwing that up.
This lap, please. Box this lap.
Because I did screw that bit up the first time through. Yeah, much better.
Last lap was a
Much better run that lap. Much better. I don't typically do that, but
our best lap so far is a 1 minute 26.5. Great lap.
2.1 that lap.
Keep it up.
That's my teammate in front of me, by the way. Just saying. What's up, Luca? What are you doing? Oh, running nards. I wish they had communication like that. Like, if they were both on track, just radio talking to each other. Just because, like, when you're in practice, you're just so bored. Really, you're just learning the track, really. That's all practice is here for. To get a feel for your car, set your car up, and, you know, get data on tire wear and that stuff for the race.
What happened? Let me know you're okay.
Was not expecting... See what he did here, though? He's on the brakes right there. That's why I hit him there.
Okay, super job so far. We're getting great data. Stay focused.
I don't need to run that all the way through anyway, because I won't be in rich fuel much during the race anyhow.
It's time to remind ourselves of our top three. Who are?
Because of the rain, and I need to get moving on that now, so... yeah, everything should be good. I'm just gonna skip right to qualifying. No point in wasting extra time. Yes, my team's gonna be pissed because I skipped those sessions, but I don't care. It's my last season. I have all R&D. I have nothing to gain from anything from here. Like, at this point in this career, what I ran in practice was just enough information for what I needed.
Okay, good job, mate. Really well done. That was a fantastic drive.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our top three today. Schumacher, Norris, and George Russell. With qualifying wrapped up...
So that was an exciting race from our perspective. Let's have yours. Are you feeling confident that you can take your qualifying... How do you think this team will be feeling after that result? Great. Well, that's everything.
So we should be done right around 1:30, maybe 1:40-ish. Well, you figure it's gonna be about a 2-minute lap, so... Actually, no. This track isn't that much slower, in wet conditions. We'll do 80 for the start and see how it goes. I think it should be pretty okay based on just a couple of things. And with no DRS, pretty much, a guarantee no DRS race. Although we could get it. No, the track is wet.
To the magnificent
You can
Suzuka
clearly tell.
International Circuit, a stone's throw away from Issa Bay in the beautiful Japanese countryside. What surprises lie in wait for us today in the Japanese Grand Prix? We're southwest of the city of Nagoya today at a wet and windy Suzuka circuit. 3.6 miles and 18 corners make up a lap here, with Sector 1 likely to prove especially difficult in these conditions. We should see overtaking into turns 1 and 16 today, and maybe a few Kobayashi-style dives into the hairpin as well.
Yep. Definitely a few of those.
With me today, of course, is Anthony Davidson. Let's talk about Schumacher. What a season. Before we begin, let's take a quick...
Everything looks good on the power unit cycles, so let's concentrate on bringing tyres and brakes up to temperature. We'll be seeing at least 20 minutes of light rain.
Got my wish, which was all tires at 70 degrees or higher for the start. Trust me, you'll want them that high. You will. Though I'm worried about one thing, and hopefully I won't have to worry about it too much. The biggest worry I have right now is on
and watch for the lights.
tire temperature. It's not so much my downforce and that stuff and having grip, it's more about not overheating the tires.
All right, we're looking good so far.
Got a much better exit out of that corner. And again, as we dry the track and as the track heats up again, we will get more grip and more speed.
That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up.
Because with us running over this, we will heat the track up some. And it will keep a drier line, which again is why I say I may not pit here at all. I am allowed to do that. But there is a couple factors that would weigh into that.
Let's use overtake and burn some of this energy.
And the biggest one of those factors is tire wear and tire temperature, primarily.
You're increasing the gap on the car behind by 0.5 per lap.
And it also depends on how much grip I retain as the tires cool off or heat up. I had a feeling that way around the corner was slower, but again, what's happening at that one hairpin will slowly, as the tires again wear, that will slowly stop happening. But I will say,
Light rain will stay with us for at least 20 minutes, maybe more. Light rain is here to stay.
but rain does complicate things a lot because of not only time-wise, but also because of pitch strategy. You know, it's one of those things where it just makes...
Some information on Norris. They're slowing down. It seems like there's some kind of problem with their car. We're leading our
Oh, that's
teammate
good to hear.
by 7.2 seconds.
Especially considering I got a 5-second gap over Albon. So, any sort of small advantage I could get is definitely helpful. 26 to 35 is what they're saying right now. Tire wise.
Great work. That's a new fastest lap of the race.
So many bot accounts, man. So many.
Good job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far.
0.2 of a second faster that lap. Once again, as I said, as the tires wear, it will get better.
That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up.
By some miracle, I just ran another faster lap. Somehow. Again, I have no idea how I'm doing that.
Gap to teammate behind is 11.3 seconds. of spare energy, use your overtake button.
Completion of 13 will be the determining factor on how I do this pit strategy for this race. Well, actually, no. We'll use lap 27. Completion of 27 to determine how I do this, because I know my pit window is 26. But 27 is halfway.
is looking really good. You're managing it well.
Driver behind.
Norris behind. Okay, the gap behind is 12.9 seconds. They're on fresh inters. Their tyres are 12 laps old. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1:40.9. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Got that confirmed?
Not that I'll follow that pitch strategy either. Well, let's put it this way, right now. 34 on the rears and 30 on the fronts, pending, would be what the tires are at in 28 lap, or at lap 28. I do have damage turned on, however, so that does kind of limit my choices here if I wear the tires too much. However, that said, if that's what they're at 28, that's 2 laps past halfway, which means the max the tires could potentially be is up over 60%. The tires don't blow out until they're upwards of 90% through some testing that I've done. So
we're increasing our gap on the car behind by around a second a lap.
He'll gain a little bit on me there, but that's okay. We got a long race. And he'll probably gain on me down this straight just because of fuel mix differences. But again,
charge is high. Let's use that overset
that's
button
okay.
more.
Because here's the thing that I'm doing by running running lean fuel, I'm putting less power to the wheels, which is going to provide me with more tire life in the longer run. Now again, what it will also depend on, I will not be pitting first. I don't ever pit first in any race, even when I have a massive lead like I have right now. I don't ever pit first. The reason why I don't pit first specifically in the rain, however, is because if they put those fresh inters on and then they proceed to not gain on me, I have no reason to rush to change my tires. The longest I've taken a set of inters is, what was it? +50 laps. So I have taken them quite a ways before. I've completed Belgium on intermediate tires on a single set tire. Done that once on stream and off stream.
You're increasing the gap on the car behind by 0.5 per lap. The gap behind us is 13.7 seconds.
So both fronts are up to 19% as of now, which makes sense because of the sector we're in.
Just so you know, we're getting some strange readings from a couple of the sensors. I don't think you need to be worried. It's just some bad data, so keep doing what you're doing, and I'll let you know if we notice any genuine problems.
21%, 22% on the rears. As of there. The left rear went to 22% right there. But I think they're coming up about percent per lap, the fronts definitely are. Actually, I'd say they were coming up about 1.5% a lap. Because it's about 3/4 of the way through the first sector that the fronts wear again. Typically. Or at least that's where it was about in the previous lap.
Great work. That's a new fastest lap of the race.
20% right into the first corner. So yeah, it's about 1.5 laps, maybe a lap
We're leading our
1.6
teammate by
percent per lap.
20.2 seconds.
Yeah. It's something like that. But at that rate, it might be possible to take him to the end. It's going to be tight. Sure as hell it's going to be a risk, too. But because the track isn't necessarily drying, but it is getting to a point where the enters would still be able to thrive even at, you know, high wear percentages because of the way enters are designed. Ah, shit. Well, let's say that they are wearing 1% a lap, okay? Or a little bit more than 1% a lap. The fronts are at 20%. That's why I'm saying that they're wearing at about 1% a lap. Because if you count the formation lap, their wear is correct. The rears are wearing at about 1.5 laps. Or so. Yeah, it's literally 1% a lap because it's at the same point of the lap, every lap, that the fronts are wearing. Although the left rear did just wear abnormally, but I did have a small tail slide there. Yeah, but it seems like they're all kind of going up all in the same sector. So yeah, so it's something like 1% in 1.4 maybe per lap. So I could get away with easily going to lap 40, if not further. I'm definitely going farther than 29. That's for damn sure. 29.
Use your overtake button more. It's time to utilize some of this energy.
3/10 in the second sector. Somehow.
Couldn't receive that. Repeat the message. Gap to teammate behind is 22.2 seconds.
Driver behind.
Norris is behind you. The gap to the car behind is 17.1 seconds. They're on old Inters. Their tyres are 21 laps old. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1 minute 40.7.
And mine was a 1:39. That definitely makes a difference. Mind you, that's with 24 lap old tires. And I'm still doing that. Driver behind.
Norris behind. Our gap behind is 18.9 seconds. They're on old Inters. Their tyres are 23 laps old. We think they've got one more stop. The time last lap was a 1:40.6. We're a +1 lap of extra fuel. Fuel target +1.
Now be mindful, when they pit, my lead will not only double, but the gap that they will have to recover from is such a margin that even if they were faster every single lap of that, they still don't catch me by the end of the race. They would have to be a minimum of 3 to 4 seconds faster a lap to catch me. Now I will say, we're 25 laps completed now. At lap 50, the rears would be at 60%. The reason why I point that out is because that means that I would have to take the tires a minimum of 3 more laps. Meaning that the tires would be no more than 65%-ish, roughly. The fronts, at the same point, would be about 54%. Now again, I will keep monitoring them. It will be completion of this next lap that will be the big determining factor in what I do. So completion of 27, which would be basically the final lap of the race afterwards. So basically, think of this upcoming lap as we're starting the final lap.
2 laps until the pit window. You'll be on Inters for the next stint.
Okay?
We're leading our teammate by 25.9 seconds.
66, 58 on fronts, and 64-ish. Nope, 66 on rear. Is what it would be at the end of the race. If I
moving to mix 2,
if I
fuel
stay
to
on
mix
these
2.
tires. Now, you could call me crazy, but based on that alone, that is not only well within the lifespan of these tires, but very much a thing I can do. And if you figure I'm not going to be pushing enriched fuel every lap, till then, you can figure that, you know, I'm not going to always wear the tires the same amount through this next part of the stint. So that said, again, this is why I said it comes down to right here. If they gain on me and not only steal fastest lap, but overall are catching me.
Overtake and burn some of this energy. Luca is in the pits. Luca in the pits. We're boxing this lap. Give us the best in lap you can.
And was I far off? No. I told you by the completion of 28, I told you they'd be 30 and 34%. What are the tires? Exactly what I said they would be. Now, DeReeves here in front of me is on fresh tires. I want to point that out because that's why I'm currently struggling to get around him. However, Stroll did just set faster lap, but that's because I screwed up my previous lap, I think. And even if he is catching me, they're not going to be catching me fast enough.
Is going to be with us for a while now.
I mean, that's the thing. I'm not seeing a distinct drop-off in my pace. Like, to be concerned about. I mean, there's a distinct grip loss that I just felt there, but nothing, like I said, nothing too significant toward needing the pit stop.
we expect the grip levels to start falling away soon. Fuel is looking really good. You're managing it well.
I told you. Inters don't freaking wear like dry tires. So, I just ran a faster lap on tires that are much older than theirs.
This rain
And
is going to
just
keep getting
prove-
heavier for the next 15 minutes at least.
And just proved why I don't need to pit right now.
Good job. That was the
Wow.
fastest lap of the race so far.
You want to talk about finding pace somewhere in a sector? Try out of the last corner. Did something right there.
We've got a lot of spare energy. Use your overtake button.
Oh, I know how I just did that. I took a shorter line. There. What I mean is that I actually brought it in enough, inside enough, that I actually hit the finish line faster than if you just come around that corner the normal way.
Verstappen has just put up the fastest lap of the race so far.
Mm-hmm.
We pretty much burned off our excess fuel. We'll be back on target soon. Don't wait too long to turn the engine down. issues with tyre wear for now. Keep taking care of them.
Think about this though. He's only running about 4 thousandths of a second faster. When you see that, like, it's not a big margin that he's running faster. It's a minuscule margin. There is no real difference between my tires versus his tires. However, I will be pitting on lap 41. Just because I am noticing that my tail is starting to snap more. So, but I want to get all the way to the end of my pit window.
Conditions are going to keep deteriorating for 10 minutes at least.
But it's also worth noting that my lead's not really decreased at all since their pit stop. .49. My best was a 5.2. That's not a big difference at all.
okay in this weather? We're watching the amount of standing water on the road. For now, we think it's safe to stay with the Inter.
That was a hell of a fast lap. I didn't think I was supposed to pit that lap. Like, my pit window is now closed officially. Like, and I just set a 1:38.1 in that lap. I don't see those inters coming to life much more than what I just did there. I mean, you're talking, their tires are still less worn than mine. And I set a 1:38.1. Driver behind.
Norris is behind you. Okay, the gap behind is 42.2 seconds. They're on old Inters. Their tyres are 13 laps old. The time last lap was a 1 minute 38.5.
Mine was a 1:38.5.
Let's use overtake and burn some of this energy.
Driver behind.
Norris behind. The gap behind us is 42.0 seconds. They're on old Inters. Their tyres are 14 laps old. The time last lap was a 1:38.4.
And my lap was a 1:38.5. So he ran a 1:38.4, I ran a 1:38.5. 137.9. That's only about a tenth faster. Just over a tenth faster. And remember, I still have the one upper hand here that I can use, which is I do have that pit stop available to me if I want it. We have now officially gone further on these tires than we would at Belgium. It's getting a little bit loose in the rear, but not too unbearable.
Fuel target is +1. Faster engine modes are available. Try not to push the tyres too hard, you're probably losing some grip at this point.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Understood. Stopping this lap.
And I am. You may be saying, but it's with 5 laps to go. Won't that just ruin the opportunity to get fastest lap? No, because I've been on these tires most of the fucking race. And I know for a fact that right now, just going out and doing... Though I forgot to turn off ERS there, which is gonna screw me for the back straight.
I think we're still on the right tyres for the time being. Go, go, go. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now.
Only a few laps left. And we should easily get fastest lap now. And I do mean easily.
We have 5 laps of fuel remaining.
Hey, Chow. You're just in time to catch the end of Japan in the rain, and just after I made my faithful pit stop. Yeah, my only pit stop, by the way. I did not pit most of the race. And it's primarily because, again, it's inters. I don't really need to pit. I mainly pitted just so I could run for fastest lap. And run a faster lap that is basically going to be absolutely untouchable. Not shit to me. Well, let's be fair. It will be shit in the way that, you know, it's basketball, but I will definitely pick that up, regardless. Because if they still are doing the My Player mode that was in that I remember from a version I played way back when, I actually got an early version of one of them to play an early test version of one of them. And, like, the version I got was actually quite fun. Or no, it was a free weekend thing that I downloaded one of them for on Steam. And played the shit out of it. Because it was actually kind of fun. Yeah, it was terrible at it because I'm terrible at basketball, but it was fun. I had fun with it. So... And that's the real point of a sports game in any which way, is to have fun with it. So, well, you may not be good at it. Have fun with it. Don't worry about all the microtransactions and all that shit. I didn't. The last one I played, I didn't. I literally saw him and I'm like, yeah, okay. Just another game that uses a microcurrency. What game doesn't at this point? I don't see why people bitch about him. Like, every game does it. So, like... yeah, no. But if it is, it's not the worst thing it could be. You know.
Gap to teammate behind is 24.9 seconds.
Go check all the NBA games by 2K. They all have negative reviews on them. I'm not kidding you. They all have it. Every single one of them is mostly negative. And it's like, seriously? But I don't see an issue with the game. The game by itself, in of itself, is just fine. Most of them are literally, if you're gonna bitch about the microtransaction shit and, you know, the online shit, well, that's different. If you're looking at it from my perspective, which is the single player perspective, the games are actually quite fucking good. You know, I mean, something that the 21 game will have is something that I'm actually kind of curious how it's going to work exactly. But, it will actually have a 2-player career mode. So you could co-op with a friend or whatever, and you can actually be your, you know, same team or compete against each other, I guess. I would assume you could do that. That would be kind of cool, too, at the same time. But, again, 21 game is ordered, pre-ordered, second week of July, Tuesday. Which, I'm starting to find that super ironic, by the way. It seems like everything that I've been wanting so far, every new update and everything else for games and shit, it's always on a Tuesday. Destiny, Siege, this game updated a lot on Tuesday too. When it was doing minor patches and things. I do want to clarify, there is some bashing going on with the 21 game because of EA, and the bashing that's going on I disagree with because I don't even think we'll get the new tracks outside of Imola, you know, the actual ones that are for the actual season for 21. Those will be in the game. No issue. Any other tracks outside of that, don't get your hopes up. I will almost guarantee you that because this game is prime example of that.
Final lap of the race.
Because I wanted Nürburgring and Imola and that stuff in this game. Did I ever get them? No. Did I think I was ever going to get them? No. Because I expected the game to keep the idealistic idea of the 2020 season was supposed to be 22 races, turned into a 17 race schedule. So how'd the game cope with that? They actually gave you the multiple season length choice.
You're increasing the gap on the car behind.
Yes, it didn't give you, you know, the double backs of Austria or that stuff, but it, you know, gave you the same point. Me, I've ran this 22 race schedule every single year.
There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining.
Now, question. Here's the honest answer to a question that I know people are wondering. Why do I pick the 22 race schedule when I could have taken a shorter season and been done with this season a long time ago? Because the point of this game was actually the 2 new tracks. The point of the next game will be Portugal, Imola, the new Australia, the new Turn 10 at Spain, Dutch, and the Saudi Arabia track. And fastest lap on the final lap.
Nice work, that's P1. Race win. Well done.
I just hate sports games. I could agree with you there. But I mean,
Not just victory today then, but the championship as well.
the thing is even with the game like an open world and that stuff, I do get bored quite frequently. Although I did also make very clear, Tuesday next week will not be F1, as this will be the week that I complete. If as this will be the week that I complete this season. Next week Tuesday will be breakpoint because of the new teammate AI update.
Top form once again after an excellent race weekend.
I have a
It's great to
specific
see them
reason,
up on that podium once again.
and that takes priority. They just unveiled all the details to that yesterday. And I do mean literally yesterday. Like, it actually completely surprised me. But it's like, everything that they're doing is gonna be worth showing off. But as this will be the completion of my career mode, I could afford to take a break
Some amazing talent
here
out
and
on the
there
track today.
after this.
Anthony, who would you
But I
pick
am
as your
gonna
driver
still
of the
keep
day?
this in the
got to
main
be Lando
line
Norris, hasn't
of
it?
things I'm
Smooth,
doing,
confident
including,
and
you know,
assured.
the F2
I've got
title
no
that I
doubt
plan
that
on
he and his
going
team
for.
are gonna be over the moon with his performance.
So, that's the plan for Tuesday next week.
So that was an exciting race from our perspective. Let's have yours. It doesn't get much better than a win at this track, does it? The weather was miserable today, but do you feel this was... Great. Well, that's everything.
I won't claim it if it's the NBA game. I don't blame you. I will if it is, but again, that's if it is. And the only reason why is because I'm not a big sports game fan, but I have MLB 2K12. That's how far back my sports history goes on PC. That's the last baseball game that was ever put on PC. There's not been a baseball game since that isn't team management. Out of the Park Baseball that's on Steam is a management game, not an actual baseball playing game. So, that's why I don't care for that. NBA, I used to own back in the PS2 days. I had several different ones from 2K, or several different ones. Just like I had hockey on the old PS2. Several different ones. But again, it's one of those things where I don't mind the sports games because they're a nice thing to play every now and again. But they're not, you know, like my favorite games to play. Hey, we got them both now. 10 for 10. Look at that. Oh, that makes me so happy. An absolutely perfect career. Now we just gotta win the last 4 races of the year, and then, yeah. So tomorrow will be US and Mexico. Go figure. The North America GP Day. It's probably what I'm gonna call it. And, yeah. Actually, we will go to the race weekend. And I am going to cut difficulty down for practice specifically. Because of reasons. And, we're not done just yet. Just yet. There is one more thing I want to do before I do end. Coming soon. Pre-order your copy. I already have it. And the main reason why, by the way, I got it is actually because of this right here. And I got the deluxe, so his is actually exclusive to the deluxe. Deluxe. Jensen. Gonna be cool to have him again. Although I believe 2 of these were supposed to be... But, yeah, that's... My dad saw the notification for that, yesterday. Yeah, yesterday, and that's when he, picked it up for me. And I mean, to say the least, because I'm a veteran and I own 2020, the deluxe was only $7 more. So it's like, just get the best version of the game. And I'll get it on the 13th instead of the 16th. But I'll put a little video for you while I tear down this road. I won't stream the NBA game. No. That's the game I play. In my version. I won't play it on stream. Fuck no. Sorry. There's a different reason to that, though. There is a different reason there. We're actually gonna go into Destiny briefly. So I could show you some of the stuff I got yesterday and the new Moon version of the activity. Because why not, right? Like, at least I'll show it and why not? Because even though Bungie had weird issues yesterday. Let me close all this stuff though. Actually, I wanted to leave that open for just a second. Because I wanted to look at one more thing. Which was in here. Go to this page. So there's now an 8-hour difference between the two. Definitely going to be hard to compete with that. But, again, the other thing worth noting, the week before the new game launches, so the 6th, I will be actually physically removing the 19 game to prep for whenever they allow the preload for the 21 game. So, for the week before the new game comes out, we will have to find other things to do, whether that be Destiny, Siege, Empyrean. I've got loads of games, so the amount of things I own it's just so outweighs, you know, a week. So That's why I said the next Tuesday, taking a break from, you know, F1 will actually be, you know, kind of nice. Oh, nice. Way to piss me off more, Bungie. Oh, God. Although Iron Banner wasn't that bad yesterday when I was playing it. Which is how I got some of my new stuff, like this sidearm. That's actually quite nice. The multi-kill clip doesn't really do much. Yeah, I've actually infused most of my shit. I forgot it. And got rid of the weapons for Iron Banner in the process. But as you can see, everything is over 1300 mostly now. Few things aren't. And it's because I've been, you know, busy grinding up and actually finally in a place where I'm actually quite happy. Oh, and never thought I'd say this, but it will be the first one in several seasons that I've actually finished. Out of all the new exotics, it will be the first one that actually gets its catalyst. Because I used it in Iron Banner yesterday to shit. Because I only actually needed 25 kills with the damn thing, so 25 kills is a little bit more bearable to get in Bungie's PvP. Now, before we do the activity, though, we are going to go to the moon and do the lost sectors that I normally do. And the reason is just so I can get a feel for the game again, primarily. Especially on my dad's bigger monitor. Too bright. So many freaking shaders. And you just realize how quiet this game actually is. You know what's funny though? Or you know the sad part about this game? I honestly believe we will get Mars, Mercury, Io, and those back. But I think in the process we'll lose Dreaming City, Tangled Shore, and Nessus in the same process. So, that's what I think anyways. Because if that's the only way Bungie's gonna be able to fix shit with and by fix, I mean not fix anything because Tangled Shore is still fucking crash heavy. Like, it doesn't matter what I do there. It always freaking crashes there. Hee. I still love this game for its principle and, you know, like, the fact that it is one of the most gorgeous open world first-person shooters. And I'm weighing that against the only other one I have, which is Far Cry 5. And Far Cry 5 looks great, but not as good or as fun as what this game tends to be. Which is why I don't play Far Cry that much. However, Breakpoint, I don't mind playing on stream at all because, like, as long as it doesn't have any major issues, hopefully. Like this game had yesterday. Randomly after coming out of a lost sector, I was given the connecting to Destiny servers thing like 7 times yesterday. Never booted me, but just the fact that I kept getting it annoyed the piss out of me. Primarily because I'm so used to the game not having that problem. Which, by the way, where most of my gear is right now is at the existent power cap, so. Which is the same power cap as what it was, basically, the pinnacle power cap from last season. So, because Bungie decided it was a good idea to only increase the power level by 10. Don't ask me why. Especially considering they're bringing a raid in. Bringing back Vault of Glass, which is a nice little thing, but like that comes in next week, I believe. Which is why I won't be playing this next week, because I know there's going to be issues with that coming back in, because they're marking it as a legacy location, which means that basically it's a location, but it's not a relevant location to what they currently plan on doing, which, again, nobody knows what they currently plan on doing. They're the most untrustworthy company in the gaming industry right now. God, I love this thing. Oh my lord. So that's 2. Now it's just crew quarters. Still gotta do the rest of that melee. And then that basically just requires me to play shit. Which is not a difficult thing for me to do. Because I don't actually, believe it or not, the new activity I don't actually mind too much. Outside the fact that it is using the Gambit related system again. There's a trend here that the last, just saying, before Shadowkeep. That's how far back we would have to go to forget about the frickin' moat shit. After Shadowkeep, every season, the same season every of the last several years, has been the same sort of Gambit sort of styled activity. Last year was a public event between Titan and IO. This year it's, you know, the moon and somewhere else. And it's the same sort of idea again, and it's just like, Bungie, why are you doing this? Like, I get it. You want us to like Gambit, but we all hate it. Universally, it's the most hated thing in the game, yet it does have a high play rate. And I know why, because it's a PvE activity. If you didn't have the invasions, it would be 100 times better. Because it would mean we could actually compete against each other and actually, you know, have fun with it. The invasions kind of just ruined Gambit, truthfully. But it is a six-man thing, although the activity that was on IO and that stuff last year was as many people as you could get in a, you know, public lobby. On any of the planets. So it could be, you know, 2 people, it could be 10 people. Depending on, you know, different things. The only problem with them doing it as a public activity is that you would have the connecting of Destiny servers issue, and that would ruin it. So that's why they've gone back to doing activities over doing public event related things, because activities actually work better. Because it's actually a more controlled thing. But what I will be disappointed about is if we don't get IO and those back anytime soon. Like, what will get to a point where I will be disappointed. Although, one thing I don't like, and I've not liked it since I've gotten Stasis actually, is the fact that my Titan melee, if you miss, it doesn't do like the Arc one does if you miss. It just gets used. And I hate that so much. So then again, there isn't much about this game I don't hate, so outside the fact that it is a fun shooter. Yeah, it is, though. Like, I am genuinely having some form of fun. Just not as much fun as, say, other people that are newer to the game, that don't understand why I don't like the game anymore. And why us veterans don't like the game anymore. Though I will tell you, most of your veterans would come back if you give Recluse back. I will tell you that right here, right now. Like, that will bring back basically a huge portion of the player base, along with Python. Because believe it or not, even though it seemed like Python didn't get used, it was a very, very good PvE shotgun. believe I'm already season rank 18. I've been playing this game too much. Clearly. Not my fault I enjoy the game still. Last sector is over here. Last sector that I've done about 17,000 times, seems like. But like, the thing is like, the biggest reason why this game is allowed to get away with a lot more shit than what the Division 2 and that stuff are allowed to get away with is because this game has always been different to those. Like, this was a true, you know, looter shooter type game. Like, it was a true, and it's been working on that balance for a while, although, hey, got that. There's season rank 20, probably, actually. Completing that. Knowing my luck. Falling Guillotine. How many different ones of those have I gotten? Too many. And do I care for a single version of them? Nope. Oh no, it wasn't. Wow. I thought it would have been. In Override, use auto rifles. Okay, for freak's sake. Bungie. Public events and more. Collect ether from shit. Sure. Doing that. Been doing that for quite a while. Which is actually why I'm actually using this gun here. I can use that for that. Which means then I can bring that actually back out if I want. So I can use that for my heavy weapon for a while. Not that I'm going to need it for this next thing, but as you can see, they did fix that and stopped giving you freaking shit from that. They just give you the core now instead of giving you anything from Shadow, which in a way I still disagree with. See what he said, the perk on this gun is fucking OP as hell? Like, PvE, Jesus. There's a lot of enemies and a lot... I did very, very little reloading there. God, I love it. That perk on that gun makes that gun so freaking good. And it's the first perk on that gun. However, Substaneous doesn't do nearly enough on this gun, to be fair. Now we'll go do the overload thing, which we'll switch these around so that way I have that, so I can do the one triumph, then I have the other one for the other triumph, or the other challenge thing. See, I got that one. Powerful Cabal. And then it's that one. Or that one and that one. That I gotta use it on. But before we do that, we will go to the helm and see what bounties he's got. And we'll go to Europa and talk to the Exo Stranger to get the gear from her as well. And truthfully, probably swing by the tower after that. Mob Justice. 600 and 600 round per minute freaking firearms. Useless. Too many goddamn hand cannons. That's the only one I haven't gotten yet. Or it's one of the ones I haven't gotten yet. Fusion, fuck you. Grenade, okay. Modes and powerful effects. Okay. Always try to get those done. Now, if I remember rightly, they did get rid of the bounties for this one. Pretty sure. Though the activity is still there, if you absolutely want to do it, it's still there. But they kind of killed the point of doing it by, you know, basically saying that you can't actually earn anything anymore from it. Truthfully. I don't even have a fusion. And I do. I have that one. But I'd have to upgrade it first. That would be annoying. Hmm.
Don't try to impress me in the Crucible. Just get better. Focus, Guardian. It's time to fight. Vanguard work will stoke your light, but don't forget to refine it in the Iron Banner. Twice now, Rasputin has failed to stop the darkness.
Yes.
The Vex network is a sprawling digital meta-consciousness. And like a human mind, it can be manipulated. the danger.
destroy what you do not understand.